Release parking brakes. Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Welcome to your American Airlines flight, on its way to one of our many destinations across the globe. Made possible by our dedicated team members, who all do it for one reason, you. That's why your safety and well-being are so important to us. Let's go through some in-flight instructions so we can get you safely on your way. First, make sure your seat is upright. All larger electronic devices are put away, and your tray table is stowed. Seat back device holders must be stowed for taxi, takeoff. If you have a carry-on, place it all the way under the seat in front of you. Larger carry-on luggage goes in the overhead bin. If you have small handheld devices, such as cell phones, tablets, and smartwatches, please switch them to airplane mode now. If your electronic device falls into your seat, please do not adjust your seat and contact a crew member for assistance. If you are seated at an overwing exit, your window shade must remain open for taxi, takeoff, and landing. If you haven't already fastened your seatbelt, insert the metal end into the buckle and pull the strap so it's tight across your hips. To open your seatbelt, lift the top of the buckle. And remember, seatbelts should be fastened whenever you're seated in case of unexpected turbulence. U.S. law requires compliance with lighted and posted signs and crew member instructions. All flights are non-smoking, including e-cigarettes, vape devices, and smokeless tobacco. It's against the law to tamper with, disable, or destroy the lavatory smoke detectors. Doing so may result in a fine. For safety reasons, e-cigarettes and vape devices may not be plugged into any power source while on board the airplane. The safety card in your seat pocket explains the safety features of this airplane, including the location and operation of exits and flotation devices. But of course, don't hesitate to ask our crew members questions. This airplane has 2 exit doors in the front, 4 window exits over the wings, and 2 exit doors in the back. Take a moment to locate the nearest one. Keep in mind, it may be behind you. All exits have evacuation slides to use in the When directed to exit, jump onto the slide and move away from the airplane. In a water evacuation, the exit door slides in the front and back of the airplane can be detached and used for flotation. All exits are clearly marked with signs and opening instructions. If needed, exit path lighting in the aisle will illuminate near the floor to guide you to an exit indicated by signs and lights. In the event of an emergency, leave all belongings and proceed to the closest usable exit. If needed, oxygen masks will drop from an overhead compartment. Remain seated with your seatbelt fastened and pull the mask down to start the flow of oxygen. Place the mask over your nose and mouth and put the elastic band over your head. Pull the straps to tighten and breathe normally. You should always put on your mask before helping others. Oxygen is flowing even if the bag does not. Tab to inflate your vest or blow into the red tube. In the water, a light on your vest will automatically illuminate. If necessary, an infant life vest will be distributed by a crew member. See your safety card for more details on how to use it. We will be dimming to care for you on your journey. And as always, Let us know if there's anything we can do to make your time with us more enjoyable.
We are coming through the aisle now for our funnel safety checks. We appreciate you choosing American. Enjoy your flight.
Flight attendants, prepare for takeoff.
From all of us at American Airlines, thank you for flying with us today. A special welcome to Advantage members, One World frequent flyers, and our partner airline guests. If you are not an Advantage member, you can sign up at AA.com to earn miles for flights booked through eligible channels and continue earning miles with our retail and travel partners. Our Advantage Aviator Red World Elite MasterCard is another great way to earn miles on everyday purchases. Card members enjoy preferred boarding, up to $25 back on in-flight Wi-Fi purchases, a first checked bag free on domestic itineraries, and 25% savings on in-flight food and beverage purchases. You get all of these great benefits and more. Not an Aviator card member? Ask your flight attendant for an application, or you can apply in-flight today at myaviatorcard.com. Wi-Fi service is available on this flight. Enable airplane mode and connect to the AA in-flight signal. If you're not redirected, open a browser and enter aainflight.com. You can access aa.com free of charge to view flight connections and other travel information. Free entertainment is available on today's flight. Stream Apple Music for free in flight by connecting to a Wi-Fi to access millions of songs, thousands of playlists, original content from your favorite artists, and more. You can also stream our library of free movies and TV shows on your phone, tablet, or laptop. Power outlets are available at every seat. While you are seated, please keep your seatbelt fastened and visible to the crew when the seatbelt sign is on, as turbulence can happen unexpectedly. If you open an overhead compartment, use caution as carry-on items may have shifted during takeoff. Enjoy your flight.
batteries and external power, right? You want to keep it on. And then to hear those cabin announcements being triggered, you need to make sure that this knob, if I'm gonna switch to top view, it's a PA knob right here, this one, okay? It needs to be also on. So all you have to do, click on it once, it'll be white, okay? That means it's on. You can also increase volume. I would say 3/4 is just good enough to hear it very clear. Sometimes you have to turn it down, sometimes those files are a bit louder, or you can even keep it in mid and you will still hear it. And I also do turn the cap, and basically anyways, to hear it at all. If you don't have this knob on, you wouldn't hear it at all. And then again, you can also adjust the volume of that, okay? So this is super important. If you do want to hear it and you follow this whole flight, from the moment you jump into
you're going to do a little top hat pattern like this. So starting with the flight plan, you need to select the line select key. That's because it is simply on arrivals it's called, but yeah, very commonly called stars. So that is the one we're going to select. So to do that, you simply scroll through. So just like before when we set up for departure, I can show you, for example, here, this is a straight line into, this is the ILS approach, and this is the star chart, but they don't quite connect. This leaves us at Lambourne. It doesn't lead us to the ILS. We go back to all our charts. Again, don't worry too much about this. I'm going to show you how to connect the dots if you need to. Anyway, more accurate would be to go via Lambourne, and then it gives us the wiggly line that we're expecting. So you might need to push through that. If you have a discontinuity, which is very possible, let's say for example you're looking at a screen like 3,000 feet. So go around for another day. This is just to get you all set up for the approach. So there we go. So it has the arrival, and I can see the fly 3-degree ILS. I'm going to talk you through that as we get down there, so don't worry about that. So let's talk about our actual descent from here on out. On star routes, so standard terminal arrival, it is very common to have restrictions. As we can see here, if I zoom in on there's a restriction. This green number on the right is the altitude it expects to be at, or the flight level it expects to be at that point. If we select next to it, I can see that the constraint is flight level 160. So the airplane wants to be at flight level 160, not above, not below. It is aiming for 160, and it thinks it's going to make it. As we scroll through, there's several more, including speed constraints. See this 220 knots and the flight level 70 constraint. As we can see here, these are drawn on, and the airplane is happily thinking it's going to make it. So that's what these are telling us, just like they would on the departure. So when we descend the aircraft, we have several ways to descend the aircraft. But this down arrow is a calculated descent point where the aircraft thinks if it descends here, it can follow these restrictions. So hopefully you've seen my videos. I have videos on climbing modes in the autopilot and using it for navigating. So hopefully you've seen that video. The descent is very similar. There are several ways to control the autopilot in the Airbus, but effectively there's two main principles. We have managed modes where the buttons are pushed away from us. So as long as you have your cockpit interaction system under accessibility set to legacy, you'll see these little arrows, which is what I have here. What you want to do for managed modes is to push these away from you with the little up arrow. So you can push all of these, don't ignore vertical speed for now, but you can push all of these up, and then you get the dashed lines and everything except the altitude where you get the little dot instead. What this is saying is telling the airplane to control what it's doing. So we've got the arrow telling the airplane, you decide words up here. These are crucial. So the green modes are telling us what the airplane is doing. The blue modes, which you can't see, are armed modes. There's nothing armed right now, so we'll see that in the descent. So to aircraft config, I'm going to select low auto brake, idle with no reverse thrust, auto thrust on, flat fall landing, manual landing, and I just need to enter my weight. To get your landing weight, take your gross weight now and take away the fuel you'll think it's going to burn before landing. So how do you calculate that? Well, we're going to land with 3.4 tons of fuel. We currently have 3.8 tons of fuel. So the airplane thinks it's going to burn around 400 kilos between now and landing. Now that's a bit optimistic. In real life it'd probably burn a little bit more, but there we go. So if we took that 400 kilos and we take it off the gross weight, which is, this is the live updated current weight of the aircraft. So 400 kilos means we're landing at 60.0 tons. So that's what I'm going to type in here. So you do have to do a little bit of a calculation, very simple, but all the maths that pilots do is simpler than you'd think. And there we go. With those configurations, it means that our landing distance available is 3,658 meters. Our landing distance required is 2,000 meters, so much shorter. And the 1.15 is the factored landing distance. So what you want is this number on the right, 2,303 today, must be lower than this number on the far left, the landing distance available. This is the actual distance required minimum, but we don't want to use that. We want a factor as well in case we float or something isn't quite right, or we don't select reverse quick enough, something like that. And that, remember, is using flat fall, low auto brake, idle reverse on a wet runway. So there we go, lots of room, brilliant piece of design this, again better than a lot of the real world apps, so there we go. Okay, so now let's release the simulator, and hopefully we are moving again. We are indeed. So let's oh yeah, and I said low auto brake, so I'm going to select low auto brake up here. You cannot use maximum auto brake for landing, only low or medium. If you use medium, then I would recommend you don't use flap 3 for landing, but other than that there's loads we can talk about with the brakes. But low or medium, basically if your runway's short, medium, but luckily you've got this calculator here that will tell you, so you can see if I was to actually use medium water brake instead, let's change it to medium, it is such a short distance, so that's also an option. But I'm going to go for low. Good, so getting to our set arrow, what we need to do is knots and the flight level 70 constraint, as we can see. I'm going to put in this little box, or this little section, the altitude at which I must stop in the event of a go-around. That's a whole other topic. So we've done flight plan, RadNav, progress and performance. Next, we can just check the fuel prediction page to make sure we have enough fuel from when we get there. I haven't got alternate fuel loaded, but anyway, we are arriving with plenty of extra fuel. And secondary flight plan, I'm going to copy the active. We're not going to use that today, so just a copy will be absolutely fine. So that is the FMGC or MCDU loaded up for the arrival. Now what I'm going to do, because we're so close, I'm just going to press the pause, so we're no longer moving through the air, because I want to just talk through the next phase. So we've loaded up the aircraft for the arrival on the navigation display, and as we scroll through you'll see several. So at Sabre it says flight level 160 on the navigation display. To check what these levels restrictions are, we can also select the key next to them. If you see the little amber asterisk, that means there is a restriction and the aeroplane thinks it will meet it. If it was amber, sorry, the magenta asterisk means it will meet it. If it's amber, it means it won't. So these are all looking good. The aeroplane is happy it can make these restrictions. So see, the T/D point is our top of descent, and then we have Sabre, there's a restriction. This green number on the right is the altitude it expects of the aircraft. We have several ways to descend the aircraft, which is what I have here. What you want to do for managed modes is to push these away from you with the little up arrow. So you can push all of these, don't ignore vertical speed for now, but you can push all of these up, and then you get the dashed lines and everything except the altitude where you get the little dot instead. What this is saying is telling the airplane to control what it's doing. So we've got the arrow telling the airplane, you decide the speed. So it just dashes out up here because I'm not selecting it. If I wanted to select it, I could use the down arrow to put it towards me. So my point is, if you have these pushed away from you and you have these dashes and the airplane's flying along in these modes, Mach, Outcruise, Nav, then that is a good sign that the airplane has calculated its descent profile and it's going to follow the nav routing you put in. FMA awareness, FMA means flight mode enunciator, that is these words up here. These are crucial. So the green modes are telling us what the airplane is doing. The blue modes, which you can't see, are armed modes. There's nothing armed right now, so we'll see that in a minute. I can select a vertical speed by pulling it towards me, remember, once again taking control from the aeroplane, and then you can simply wind it carefully. Now watch out, if you select the vertical speed above you by accident, just like in the climb, if you do it the wrong way, you will lose the out blue message, and therefore you're never going to level off. It's just going to keep climbing at 400 feet per minute. And remember, in vertical speed, the airplane will prioritize that over your speed target. So if I now wind the vertical speed to something ridiculous, like let's do something stupid down, let's do all the way there. That's because it cannot fly in Mach, and it should speed limit exceeded message just means that it's probably gone through a few knots. Not a major concern. So 10,000 feet, we've turned on the seatbelt signs. Some airline, as we scroll through, there's several more, including speed. So the green mode, Heathrow, we've got to tell it the runway. I'm going to land on 27 left. I think the runway could be wet by the time we get there, so if it's wet you need to select good. Cool. We currently have 3.8 tons of fuel. So the airplane thinks it's going to burn around 400 kilos. Take away the fuel, you'll think it's going to burn before landing. So how do you calculate that? Well, we're going to land with 3.4 tons of fuel. We currently have to get your landing weight. Take your gross weight now and take away the fuel. You'll think it's going to burn. landing. So how do you calculate that? Well, we're going to land with 3.4 tons of fuel. We currently have 3.8 tons of fuel. So the airplane thinks it's going to burn around 400 kilos between now and landing. Now that's a bit optimistic. In real life you'd probably burn a little bit more, but there we go. So if we took that 400 kilos and we take it off the gross weight, this is the live updated current weight of the aircraft. So 400 kilos means we're landing at 60.0 tons. So that's what I'm going to type in here. So you do have to do a little bit of a calculation, very simple. All the maths that pilots do is simpler than you'd think. And there we go. With those configurations, it means that our landing distance available is 3,658 meters. Our landing distance required is 2,000 meters, so much shorter. And the 1.15 is the factored landing distance. So what you want is this number on the right, 2,303 today, must be lower than this number on the far left, the landing distance available. This is the actual distance required minimum, but we don't want to use that. We want a factor as well in case we float or something isn't quite right, or we don't select reverse quick enough, something like that. And that, remember, is using flat fall, low water brake, idle reverse on a wet runway. So there we go, lots of room, brilliant piece of design this, again better than a lot of the real world apps, so there we go. Okay, so now let's release the simulator. And hopefully we are moving again. We are indeed. So let's oh yeah, and I said low auto brake, so I'm going to select low auto brake up here. You cannot use maximum auto brake for landing, only low or medium. If you use medium, then I would recommend you don't use. Now it's got this out magenta flight level 250. It shouldn't say that because we are below that restriction, but that's going to clear anyway, because of course we are below it. So there it clears, right. So now we have flight level 160 blue. You've got a little blue. What you see over here is because we have managed speed, remember it's pushed in, so we get the dashed lines, we're letting the airplane choose the speed. So the level restriction at the final point, 70 at landborne, we can see here, the blue line above and below. So that's the limit. So I can actually just put 70 in. in the window now, and it will, so the level restriction at the final point, 70 at Lambourne, we can see here, the blue line.
Flight attendants, prepare for landing.
To prepare for landing, please close your tray table and put away carry-on items. Place your seat in the original upright position. Seatback device holders must be stowed for landing. We will now collect any items you wish to discard. Please put away larger electronic devices, including laptop computers. Secure smaller handheld devices in your hand or seatback pocket. Devices such as cell phones, tablets, and smartwatches must remain in airplane mode until after we land. If your tablet has a detachable keyboard, it must be detached for landing. We will be landing soon.
So we have a button here that says approach, and down here we have approach face. Click actually nothing to do with one another. Some people seem to think if you push this button it will activate the approach face or vice versa. No, this is something completely different. The only thing we will be talking about today is this here on the performance page, the approach face. So, whenever you press performance, you can see here what phase the aircraft is in. So right now in the cruise phase, and the next phase you can see here descent phase, and after that we have the approach phase. And should you screw up, we have the go around phase. So these are the phases, and the one that is currently active, you can see here, is in green and will be displayed to you. The aircraft will automatically recognize which phase is appropriate, so once we start the descent, it will automatically go into the descent phase. So what is the approach phase? Well, that by the flight manager on the airport, it will automatically jump into the approach phase, and that means it will start slowing down the aircraft. It will slow down to the appropriate speed for the flap setting. You are typically reduced to flaps 1 and so on until you will land it. So the idea is that you don't have to do everything. The only thing you have to do is set the flaps and put the gear down. The rest is all managed by the aircraft. And the beauty of this is that with all the flap setting changes and everything, this will prevent that you have a flap overspeed, or maybe that you go below F speed or S speed, which you shouldn't do. So the aircraft will take care of everything. And since the approach, especially the final approach, is quite intense in terms of workload, this is actually a pretty good thing to do. The thing, of course, is this will only work if the aircraft knows exactly what you're going to fly. Otherwise, it has no idea how far away you are from the airport and how far away you are from the threshold. So here you can see we have this approach here into Munich Airport, and here you have this circle with a D, and this means decelerate. So once we pass this point here, D, the aircraft will automatically go into the approach phase and start decelerating the aircraft without us, and we pass this point back. So once we are into away you are from the threshold. So here you can see we have this approach here into Munich Airport, and here you have this circle with a D, and this means decelerate. So once we pass this point here, D, the aircraft will automatically go into the approach phase and start decelerating the aircraft without us doing anything. Of course, this only works if you manage speed. If you select the speed, then that's all down to you. So I would say the first approach that we fly, we'll just do it as intended by Airbus and let the aircraft do everything. Okay, so we have now turned here basically on a downwind sort of leg, and you can see the D is coming up. So this is the point where we jump automatically into the approach phase. So we can see here the aircraft is currently in the descent phase, and once we pass this point, it should all by itself jump into the approach phase. So let's wait for that. And there we are. It has just jumped into the approach phase, and now you can see the target speed up here is 114 knots. So the aircraft is now performing a level off, because it says here we're not allowed to go below 5,000. It does that automatically, and now it's descending further. You can see the speed keeps coming back, and once we pass the FENIX, we can already put down flaps 1. So this is all done automatically, so you can just concentrate on the radio and on everything else, and the speed and everything else is going to be taken care of by the FMS. Okay, we are now 10 knots below the FENIX. This is the trigger to put down flaps 1, and you can see the aircraft trigger to put down flaps 1. 10 knots below the FENIX. This is the trigger to put down flaps 1, be taken care of by the FMS. Okay, we are now 10 knots below the FENIX. This is the trigger to put down flaps 1, and you can see the aircraft keeps decelerating, and if we wouldn't do anything, it would just stop at S speed and hold it there all by itself. We're just going down, we're just below the glide, which allows us to bleed off some of the speed, and then the aircraft is going to join the ILS and land. You can see the runway over there, so this is all very nice. Okay, we're at S speed, so we put down flaps 2, and we're at 6 miles, so at this point I would already put down the gear, so gear down, and then the aircraft just keeps decelerating all by itself. And this is essentially what the approach phase is for. It takes away all the workload from you. Just be aware that the approach phase is not perfect. You can see here we're at 5 miles, we're still doing 180 knots. For me personally, that's a bit too sporty. We have the gear down now, so we can go to flaps 3, and we can go flaps full, and it's gonna be tight, but we're gonna make it. The aircraft is gonna slow down. So you might want to assist the aircraft a little bit with the speed brake. Nothing wrong with that, and just keep an eye on it. But generally speaking, it does a good job, and it helps you to get all the way to the runway at the right speeds, and all you have to worry about is the flaps and the landing gear. And that's it. So we're now fully set up, we are on speed, everything is done, and the runway is straight ahead of us, so we can just land the aircraft. Okay, so now let's look at a completely different case. Okay, we are back in the air, same approach, same situation. However, now we're going to do it differently. So it's a calm day today in Munich, and this is very common that ATC will tell you after NAPSA, fly heading 330, radar vectors for ILS 26 left. So what that means is you're going to be flying this heading, and then you're going to get some other headings, and they're going to get you directly onto the ILS. So none of this is actually going to be flown, which means if you now go to heading, you can see the D point has gone white, and this means the aircraft is no longer sure what the distance is to the threshold, and therefore can no longer know when to activate the approach phase. So from this moment on, you have to activate it yourself. So the question now is, when should you activate the approach phase? Well, it really depends if you stay in managed speed or selected speed. So we can see here the ATC probably wants us to fly this, so that means we are way too high. So in this case, I would go to selected speed, speed up. Let's go to 310 for now. We go into open descent, and that way we get a nice high descent rate. You can see here, this is where we level off at 5,000 feet. That's coming in. We should make sure that we get that somewhere here. In this case, you are taking care of the speed, and you'll probably take care of the speed until you're on the ILS. So then it's up to you really. You can activate the approach phase whenever you want. Some pilots do it at 10,000 feet if they know they're going to be flying with selected speed. Others do it when they're cleared for the approach. So this is really up to you. The only thing you need to be aware of, if you have the yo-yo here that tells you whether you are too high or too low, once you activate the approach phase, the yo-yo will take the minimum clean speed to calculate whether you are too high or too low. So it may no longer be accurate if you select something else up here. So the most important thing though is that you must activate the approach phase. Why is that? So if you go onto the ILS here now, and you start, reducing 180, 160 gear down, and then you say, okay, manage speed, and you're still in descent phase, the aircraft will accelerate to 250 knots. And that's not good. If you're on the ILS with gear down, flaps 2, quite low, and all of a sudden the engines spool up and the aircraft starts accelerating, so that's no good. So one of the things I always do before I select manage speed on the ILS, I always take a look down here. Are we in the approach phase? So there's no right or wrong answer in terms of when should you activate the approach phase. You just need to be aware of these things. You must activate it, so you must have it active when you are flying the final approach. approach. I know my company has a recommendation, and that recommendation is that it should be no more than 1.5 nautical miles from the threshold, and that's a recommendation, and that has to do with the yo-yo. So you can use the yo-yo to tell you whether you are too high or too low all the way till just before you join the ILS anyway. So basically that's how that works. That's the approach phase. So it's already activated here, which is nice. We're now going to be flying this manually. As you can see, we're still too high, so we need to request more track miles. Also, we are passing through the localizer, which is no good in Munich because they have 2 parallel runways. So I'm going to take myself round here. There we are. So we put that on for later. And then you just fly the approach. So I hope this sort of explains how the approach phase works, why it is there, and when you should activate it. Like I said, there's no proper procedure, at least I could never find one written down with an exact mileage or exact point in the flight where you have to activate it. This is more like airmanship. If you fly a fully managed approach, then you don't have to do anything anyway. The aircraft will do it by itself. If you fly into a very busy airport, let's say London Heathrow, Heathrow ATC will give you speeds all the way down to the threshold, and you need to fly them very precisely because it's a very busy environment. Then of course you need to activate the approach phase yourself. So I don't know, pick 10,000 feet. I think that's pretty good. Or maybe if you are very dependent on the yo-yo to help you to show where you're too high or too low, then of course you can pick something a bit later. Maybe when you say we're cleared for the approach and we're about to join the localizer or something like that. So that's essentially how that works. As you can see, it's not that difficult, but I can see how some people may get a bit confused. Alright, I'm gonna leave it there. I hope you found this interesting. I hope you found it useful, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. Until then, all the best. Bye-bye.
Now this right here is a flight simulator gaming desk. It's not necessarily big, and it's very much full of cable. Other than that, it is as empty as hearts of women. Anyway, today we're going to Airbusify it, and you know probably what this video will be about mainly. Let's go ahead and put some Airbus things on it, because nowadays we can build our Airbus home cockpit for an affordable price. And we're starting off with this Chinese WinWing autopilot panel, which was released last year and kind of changed the whole world of flight simming, to be honest. What is this, like $350? Let's go ahead and put it on. USB-C, buy it. Like that. Everybody, 50 Shades of Airbus. This thing is an overhead panel. Just a few weeks ago, we talked about it. It's made by the company of Rosefire. And I'm holding it wrong. That's the way you hold it. As you can see, it has a Rosefire logo on it, also from China. Costs like, what, $250 as far as I remember? Let's go ahead and USB-C-fy it as well. Yeah. Place it right here. One of the most important electronical devices for flight simming actually is an FMC, I think. This is the MCDU, also made by WinWing, and it's like $100 and something. It's absolutely insane, and it's very necessary. There's nothing worse than being in the flight sim and having to use these buttons with your mouse. This is a lot faster. Nice. I mean, who wants like a virtual keyboard and you can actually place it like vertically? But you know, all these things I've already talked about on the channel. This one a year ago, this one also last year. But everybody, the company of WinWing just came out with some very game-changing flight simulation solutions, I think. So let's go ahead and check it out. Now, what is in this mysterious WinWing package? I do have to say, the product packaging is not necessarily romantic. USB-C cable. Aha! And this one I actually haven't talked about, even though it's actually already a little bit old. Let's go ahead and unwrap this boy. Oh yeah. Now the Ursa Minor joystick was released last year already and it costs below $100. As you can see, something that's nice is that this one is meant to be used for the left hand, which makes you feel like a proper captain now. And actually I was wrong. This thing is 61 euros and it really doesn't feel bad. Of course it's made out of plastic, but what I like about this is that it has a trim button for airplanes that do have trim. The Airbus planes, because they're fly-by-wire, don't have it, so they just have a cover here which is magnetically held in place, and so you don't have to use it. And it feels nice. It won't be your Moza racing Airbus joystick with a force feedback engine, but I think it's definitely usable. Also, we should definitely get rid of these right here, the kind of gluey thing, so that is actually held in place well and doesn't move about. This is good. Once again, $60 for this is actually pretty crazy. That's pretty insane. But everybody, it's about time we get to the elephant in the room. In fact, it might be the elephant of the year. The Ursa Minor throttle. I don't know why you would name a product like this Minor. I'm not gonna say I like Minor. A new product that's been now available for pre-ordering. 233 euros for a metal throttle that resembles an Airbus quite perfectly. Something we definitely haven't seen before, especially with the competition of maybe Thrustmaster, who did the Airbus throttle a few years ago, which wasn't much cheaper. So let's go ahead and take a look if this belonged on your Christmas wish list. So let's do it. Okay, time to look at the throttle. Okay, remove it out of the box, and here comes, yes, the Wing throttle, ladies and gentlemen. If you were for some reason to buy it as just the throttle, it will be $126, and it feels very, very good. Listen to those audible detent clicks. Climb. Good. And this, for the price, is pretty insane. Although I do have to say, it's not fully made out of metal. This right here is definitely plastic cover. The engine control buttons are made out of plastic, but what I like is the fact that they have a sort of confirm switch right here. You can't just move it, you have to pull it up. There's a safety mechanism. This is the engine mode switches, and they're definitely nothing too special, but not bad at all. Now, mechanically, this is done relatively well. What Thrustmaster didn't have is sort of a reverser axis right here, which you do here to do reverse thrust. In order to use those, you have to lift the flaps and then pull it out. And when you go back to idle like this, as you can see, the reverse thrust unemploys. I'm unemployed. Now, what is this right here? It says on off, but it's just upside down. If you're from Australia, you can probably read this quite well. What this does is it turns on and off these detents. So let's go and turn it off. Yeah, no more detents. And this will be nice for like being able to fly Boeing planes, which will probably be a pretty dumb idea anyway. But hey, that's good. Now this right here is some scrolling wheels with which you can change the sensitivity of the whole thing. And you can really set the sensitivity so that's a really, really good smooth feel. I mean, look at the smoothness of this. Smooth. Yeah. Oh. One more. Now once again, this is not necessarily made out of metal. It's out of really good plastic. It's just the base that has some metal weighting on it, which I don't really mind. It's a good feeling plastic for 160 euros, by the way. Now let's go ahead and prepare for connecting it up. This USB type C cable has some sort of like an angle to it, so it can be placed just like under here, so that makes sense. Now, what else is and the whole shipment? Oh yes. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. The Wing 32 PAC metal, which makes up 106 euros out of the whole package, and this is really special. Now, is it metal? This is not. This is I'm not sure sometimes. This is like really good plastic, so it doesn't really matter. This is, as you can see, the spoiler, which in order to put out, you have to like push down, right? Yes, so we have the safety mechanisms, and even here, we have detent. Yeah, and here we can arm it, and here we can disarm it. Here's the parking brake, which we have to pull in order to use. Otherwise, it won't move. That is great. Now, is this made out of metal? Probably not. It's a bit flimsy, but it's a really good product. And this one is also not made out of metal. It's the rudder trim. Now, flaps, même chose, as they say in France, we have the safety mechanism in the way that we have to pull this thing up in order to move the throttle one step, and that is nice. It just doesn't just move, you have to really pull on it, and this really gives you a good haptic idea of what it's like to fly an aerobus. Now let's put this back to 0, and we have to somehow put these parts together. How would that work? So how does this be put together? You just slide it in like that? That's what she said. But before that, screw this. Aha! Perfect! And this is now definitely, this is connected. This is a well-connected Airbus throttle. Now let's make it work. We have some little cables right here that we, I think this is a replacement cable for if anything breaks or if you want to expand anything. But we will definitely need this SATA type cable. And so what we need to do, plug this in right here. Perfect. And this here, let's connect these pieces together. Come on. Perfect. Goes in here, and let's also connect this angled USB-C cable. Perfect. Bring it over there. Nice. Look at this unit, ladies and gentlemen, and we can just place it right here at the edge of our table. And actually, it does sit quite nicely here. It is relatively stable and secure. Now, something else that they're selling is a proper throttle desk mount for 34 euros, by the way, which is crazy because it's all made of metal. And this is a way to like properly, securely put this thing on the table, which will be very interesting once Winwing comes out with the other stuff they're planning, you know, like the radio panels, I guess. Other than that, to be honest, for now, I will probably not need this. I will just put this here. It's pretty secure because it's so heavy on the table. And look what plugging it in looks like. Everybody backlit, and this really changes the setting. It's like putting lights or candles on a Christmas tree. It's the thing that makes, I don't know, that's a stupid analogy. Look at that, full on backlight, and we even have a screen that will show the rudder trim. Very interesting. Now look at this pride and joy, ladies and gentlemen, an Airbus setup, and it's now time to see how well it works. So, I mean, this thing has a screen, right? So we would probably need definitely the software of Winwing. They have their own software called SimApp Pro, whereas our overhead panel from Rosefire has to use MobiFlight, but that's okay. But as you can see, the rest of the things, the Winwing stuff, the MCDU, the autopilot panel, as well as the joystick, as well as the throttle, has been connected. I might want to move the throttle a little bit closer because my wingspan isn't that good. Look at that. That's perfect. Other than that, for especially the Winwing stuff, we didn't have to do any crazy installing other than the connecting software. So that's pretty good. Let's see if it really works out of the box. We're just going to spawn into a FENIX A320, which is, I guess, one of the aircraft that is supported here. I'm honestly not sure which airplanes are exactly supported. They say all features perfectly match the logic of any builds, FENIX and similar aircraft. I guess it just works with a lot of them. So let's go ahead and use FENIX. This plane right now is turned off, and what I like to see is all my instruments are turned off because Winwing out of the box just works. Let's go and turn on the airplane. Turn on the batteries, turn on the APU. Oh, and by the way, I've just realized this. As you can see, this thing doesn't have stickers on yet. Luckily, we have a lot of them here. Up to 4 engines. Obviously, if you're flying in dual throttle things, so 4 throttles, and it glues on nicely. That makes a big difference right there. Yeah. Look at that. Oh, let's not have these engines start to turn on. We're just going to turn on external power right here, which obviously brings on the lights. It brings on the MCDU, which, as you can see, how does it work? Well, let me just say it works as well as the lights. But you will figure that, well, you can't actually use anything yet. Well, it does show the actual setting of the rudder trim, for example, like right and left, which is really, really cool. And it will even adjust its brightness according to how you set it in the flight sim. That's pretty damn awesome. You won't have these controls automatically, matched, so we have to do that ourselves. See, this should work now, and it does. Look at that. This Airbus is working fine. As you can see, engine start also works. As you can see, the flaps come down nicely. Good. But most importantly, the throttle works. Well, kind of. Almost perfectly already. As you can see, setting climb says climb, setting MCT6, MCT, and here's TOGA. So this already works quite well. Something we don't have properly yet is like the idle. We do have reverse, now we don't have that. And in order to do that, we kind of need to go into our MCDU right here. ATSU, control, look at that. We can see our stuff. I have to calibrate it, so let's do that. Set levers to max reverse, yes sir. And TOGA, store calibration. Wonderful. And so we've got our fully working Airbus throttle with... Yes, this works, and we can reset it, and it comes... This is nice. Anyway, we can just spawn in with this airplane working. Let's go ahead and, put the flaps to 1. Good. Get this light back going. Hey, we now have a pretty glorious throttle setup right here. We can unset the parking brake. We can get rolling. Maybe put in some engine power into the left engine. See if that works. Yes, we are very much able to... That was probably pretty dumb. And so we can go ahead and fly. Let's go, Toga. Let's do it. Both engines, please. Yes, yes, yes. It takes a while for them both to get up. We've got some serious takeoff configuration warnings. That's okay. Let's go take off. Yeah. Now landing gear comes up rather nice, and something I can feel is the joystick which vibrates. Now I want to test one more thing. You know that these right here, these little buttons, are meant to be able to show if a fire is going on. By the way, let's put the flaps up. Are meant to show if a fire comes up. So let's maybe see what happens if we actually have a fire. Okay, failure, fire protection. Unextinguishable fire. Yeah, fire, fire, fire. Oh no, we've got a fire. Interestingly, it shows fault here. Well, that's kind of right, to be honest. I'd have to say, if you think this will be completely made out of bare metal, you're kind of wrong. It is partly made out of metal. It's a plastic item, though, just like anything else. But that isn't bad at all, considering the price and the fact that this is the best throttle you can buy, if you're an Airbus fan. No, generally, it's the best. I will be streaming loads with this. And so thank you guys so much for watching this, and I'll see you guys tomorrow as always. Good night. And a special thanks goes out to my members, my supporters. Guns Killer, R27, James Duram, That Dude, Anime Gods of Gaming, Derek, Insider Plane, Nishijutsu Finder, Professional Jamal, Rylan Williams, and New the York.
2,500. $1,000. $500. $100. 50, 40, 30, 20, retard.
Don't sink. Too low, terrain. Too low, terrain.
Speed.
Don't sink. Pull up.
20, retard. 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 5.
Please remain seated
Five.
with your seatbelt fastened until the seatbelt... Keep the aisles clear of all carry-on items. Take a moment to check your seat back pocket for any personal items like...
Welcome aboard American Airlines. My name is Noah, your lead flight attendant.
You've got...
Excited to get you to the people and places that matter to you. Let us know how we can help as we get you securely seated and ready for takeoff.
Pressing the F4 key is going to go ahead and bring us upwards. Pressing the F3 key in this particular case is not going to do anything. Hitting F5 brings us up very quickly. And then pressing F1 brings us down. Pressing the A key brings us down very, very slowly. And notice you can kind of dynamically select exactly what altitude you want to be. Now, to make things even better, over on your numpad, if you have one, you can actually change the position of the aircraft. If I press the 4 key and the 6 key, that's going to be slowing me left and right. If I press the number 1 and the number 3 key, that's going to change my position as far as the yaw controls goes. Now, if I press 7 and 9, it's going to give me the ability to adjust the roll. So in this case, I can actually flip my plane all the way over and basically freeze it in this position. So now if I were to cancel out my slowing action, I'd be stuck in this attitude when we're coming back around, which I don't know about you, but that seems to be a pretty difficult attitude to be flying in. So I'll go ahead and do some quick little corrections here, and everything is looking pretty good. Now if I hold the 8 key on the numpad, it's going to yaw me. If I bring me forward, if I hold the 2 key, it's going to make me backwards. So this gives me the ability to do some pretty fun things, like go driving all the way over here, turn myself around, point myself back at the runway. We'll go ahead and back ourselves up and try to adjust my approach here just a tiny bit. And now I'm pretty happy with the way this looks. So now if I wanted to return back to normal flying, all I would do is press the Y key again, and you'll notice the program is smart enough to give you a little bit of speed when you're coming in from these kinds of approaches. So now if you were to go ahead and change your slew from the air right now, for example, I press Y, maybe I want to approach from the other runway. Go ahead and turn myself around. Zip myself all the way over here. Go ahead and turn myself around again. I'll go ahead and tap the Y key, but notice we've maintained the same speed that we were previously. So now if I wanted to do something really dangerous, let's go ahead and bring ourselves down to a stall here. Of course, it's a Cessna 152. Do they really stall? They do. All right, here's my stall. Press the Y key. Now we can do all sorts of fun things. We can go and line ourselves up and put ourselves back over the runway. Maybe we want to gain a little bit of altitude here. We'll turn ourselves back around. It looks like I'm getting a little bit of a rolling issue here, so I'm going to go ahead and tap the roll key a couple times. And then I'll go ahead and cancel it, and you'll notice I am still stalled. The only time in which you're going to actually have any speed is in the event that you've already been moving at a specific speed. So if you want to have a little bit of fun with this too, we can go ahead and put ourselves in an absolutely positively dangerous dive here. You would normally do this in a 152, especially at full throttle. Now I can just mash the Y key and I'll correct my mistake. Bring myself around. Maybe I want to adjust my pitch just a little bit. Whoa! Get myself all sorts of discombobulated here. Point myself up in a safe direction. Give myself a tiny bit of roll to correct my mistake there. Press the Y key, and look at that. All that speed has now been converted into vertical speed as opposed to that other speed. So hopefully this video is helpful as far as seeing slow on my favorite. Use for this, of course, is if I'm practicing some kind of approach to an airport, I can quickly reset it very quickly. Make your way over to the keyboard, and then under Name,
Pull up. Pull up. Pull up.
pressing the F4 key is going to go ahead and bring us upwards. Pressing the F3 key in this particular case is not going to do anything. Hitting F5 brings us up very quickly, and then pressing F1 brings us down. Pressing the A key brings us down very, very slowly. And notice you can kind of dynamically select exactly what altitude you want to be. Now, to make things even better, over on your numpad, if you have one, you can actually change the position of the aircraft. If I press the 4 key and the 6 key, that's going to be slowing me left and right. If I press the number 1 and the number 3 key, that's going to change my position as far as the yaw controls goes. Now, if I press 7 and 9, it's going to give me the ability to adjust the roll. So in this case, I can actually flip my plane all the way over and basically freeze it in this position. So now if I were to cancel out my slowing action, I'd be stuck in this attitude when we're coming back around, which I don't know about you, but that seems to be a pretty difficult attitude to be flying in. So I'll go ahead and do some quick little corrections here, and everything is looking pretty good. Now if I hold the 8 key on the numpad, it's going to yaw me. If I bring me forward, if I hold the 2 key, it's going to make me backwards. So this gives me the ability to do some pretty fun things, like go driving all the way over here, turn myself around, point myself back at the runway. We'll go ahead and back ourselves up and try to adjust my approach here just a tiny bit. And now I'm pretty happy with the way this looks. So now if I wanted to return back to normal flying, all I would do is press the Y key again, and you'll notice the program is smart enough to give you a little bit of speed when you're coming in from these kinds of approaches. So now if you were to go ahead and change your slew from the air right now, for example, I press Y, maybe I want to approach from the other runway. Go ahead and turn myself around. Let's zip myself all the way over here. Go ahead and turn myself around again. Go ahead and tap the Y key, but notice we've maintained the same speed that we were previously. Now if I wanted to do something really dangerous, let's go ahead and bring ourselves down to a stall here. Of course, it's a Cessna 152. Do they really stall? They do. All right, here's my stall. Press the Y key. Now we can do all sorts of fun things. We can go and line ourselves up and put ourselves back over the runway. Maybe we want to gain a little bit of altitude here. We'll turn ourselves back around. It looks like I'm getting a little bit of a rolling issue here, so I'm going to go ahead and tap the roll key a couple times. And then I'll go ahead and cancel it, and you'll notice I am still stalled. The only time in which you're going to actually have any speed is in the event that you've already been moving at a specific speed. If you want to have a little bit of fun with this too, we can go ahead and put ourselves in an absolutely positively dangerous dive here. You would normally do this in a 152, especially at full throttle. Now I can just mash the Y key and I'll correct my mistake. Bring myself around. Maybe I want to adjust my pitch just a little bit. Whoa! Get myself all sorts of discombobulated here. Point myself up in a safe direction. Give myself a tiny bit of roll to correct my mistake there. Press the Y key and look at that. All that speed has now been converted into vertical speed as opposed to that other speed. So hopefully this video is helpful as far as seeing slow. My favorite use for this, of course, is if I'm practicing some kind of approach to an airport, I can quickly reset it very quickly. Enjoy.
Back. Oh!
Hey, are you Steven Adams?
Yeah.
Nah.
Welcome to QantasLink. Today you're traveling on an Airbus A320. Listen carefully while we explain the safety features of this aircraft. Fasten your seatbelt by inserting the clasp into the buckle and tighten by pulling the strap. Undo your seatbelt by lifting the buckle flap. You must have your seatbelt done up low and tight during takeoff.
Amateur visit of landing.
Dear guests, we have landed at Don Muang International Airport. The local time now is 12:45. Could you station please?
Your seatbelt must be securely fastened at this time. To fasten,
Back.
boarding requested. Passengers boarding started.
what that cost index is. I'm going to explain that in much more detail in my third video in the series, when I talk about how based on the weight, you'll figure out that something like 370 will go to execute flight just 500 pounds. And thus we arrive at what is known as the cost of the grand bring up the important information of your flight plan. Included here is your cost index.
As you settle in, we ask that you move into your seat as quickly as possible. Place your smaller personal belongings underneath the seat in front of you, and only your larger bags, wheels first, into an overhead locker. If your seat is in an exit row or at a bulkhead, you will need to put all of your personal belongings into the overhead lockers. Please ensure you take care when lowering the armrest. And be reminded that smoking of any kind is not permitted on the aircraft, including the use of e-cigarettes. Once the last cabin door is closed, you will be required to place your personal electronic devices into flight mode for the duration of the flight. Please let us know at any time if you need any assistance.